Morning, everybody. Welcome to the December 16th regular council meeting, last council meeting for the 2025 year. Welcome some delegation in our chambers today and everybody online. We will get going forward and get through the day. Call to order at 9 o'clock. Can I have an adoption of the agenda for the 2025 year, December 16th, please?
I'd like to do an addition for the.
Oh, yeah, sorry, additions. I got it wrong. Okay, Mr. Knock.
Yeah, I have two additions. One is discussion snow blowing policy.
That is.
Another one, that we supporters for the Beaver Hill Biosphere Reserve Association. They got to come in with periodic review.
So you guys?
I actually have nothing to say.
All right. Councilor Thorowski.
We've got in-camera labor.
Okay. Or 13.3.
One thing, permits letters to adjacent landowners.
So, well,
Yep.
So we have a couple of items. First one is the Heartland Water Station. An update for you, if you could make that probably about 13. Second one is a follow-up on the safety codes inspection.
so now just a quick question. Would 712 fit with the 13.4 that you just brought? Safety code?
No.
No.
But I understand it's something different.
Okay.
I'm guessing.
Okay.
Guess we'll find out when we
We'll find out. Yep. Okay, any other additions? Okay. We'll have somebody make the motion now. As amended.
In 2025 regular council meeting agenda as amended.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Okay, everybody's been through and had a chance to check over last minute meetings, or meeting minutes. Motion to adopt 2020 or November 25th.
I can do that. I motion Lamont County Council to adopt the November 25, 2025 regular council meetings as presented.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. Okay, so we did have a meeting, we were doing budget committee meetings, everybody's been over those minutes probably multiple times. Can we have somebody make a motion for the December 2nd, 2025 budget committee meeting minutes?
That Lamont County Council accept the December 2nd, 2025 Budget Committee meeting minutes as presented.
Any questions, concerns? All in favor? Yep.
Good.
Carried.
Our sound isn't working good again.
Okay, number 4, public hearing. We don't have any public hearing today. We have a delegation, but our delegation will not be here until 1 o'clock. So we'll move forward. And move on to our schedule of fees bylaw.
This is the first copy of RFPs dealing with the budget of the council debated and deliberated on December 2nd and 3rd. This has to do with the fees. Go ahead, Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Norowski. Good morning, Mr. Reed, members of council. So we're on page 28 of the agenda. So this is schedule of fees bylaw. So all fees that go to the members of the public must be in a bylaw. And what we could do for the new members of council, we normally will throw the current fee and then we'll show the proposed fee and changes in red. And so I'll just walk through what changes the council will see. So if we move to page 33, in the administration section, tax certificates, as council will note, that was for the new program that is coming in. So the fee that the county will collect will be $25, plus the fee will be charged to the legal companies and banks that directly by the new provider. So that change is going from 50 down to 20. The increase in the water rates are shown there in administration. So just happens to be where the building is coming from. So that reflects that the 3% change as approved in the budget committee. So recommended by the budget committee. The next page that has any changes on it would be page 36. That is changing the snowplow flags. The regular flags are staying the same, but the medical flags and the senior flags are changing for no cost and $100 respectively. Again, that was reported in the budget. Page 37 has a change to reflect previously the approach construction deposits were $7,500 plus GST. This is not GST applicable, so we're removing the GST section on that. So no change to the deposit, just having that.
What proposed that doesn't mention?
It's under the section subdivision fees, so those are for subdivision deposits. So and then there is no other changes to the fees bylaw. You'll note. So that the recommendation is for all 3 readings today. There is no requirement to advertise this, and it's a normal course of business. These fees will come into effect on January 1st, as noted in number 3 on page 31.
Did you get any medical seniors?
In previous to this, yes, we have. Well, that would have to be a council decision if we want to go back and refund. Now, if we are to do that, I'd recommend that as a separate motion. This bylaw comes into effect for the first, for 2026.
Page 41, who come up with these fees? Is that inspectors or whatever we're using, or?
Yes, that is from the inspections company. You'll see that there's a permit fee and then there's this, there's safety codes, that'd be for a total fee.
She's in my opinion.
I know in general, they're pretty steep.
Okay, any other questions or concerns? Get somebody to make the first motion, please.
Bylaw 897.25, being a bylaw to set up fees for services, information, applications, or appeals provided to the public.
Favor? Yeah. Can somebody make a second motion?
Move that Lamont County Council give second reading to bylaw 897.25, being a bylaw to set the fees for services, information, applications, or appeals provided to the public.
Right, any questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. Well, I'll make this third one. Make a motion that the Lamont County Council give unanimous consent to third and final reading of bylaw 897.25, being a bylaw to set the fees for services, information, applications, or appeals public, provided to the public. Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried.
Lamont County Council give third and final reading to bylaw 897.25, being a bylaw to set fees for services, information, applications, or appeals provided to the public.
Questions or concerns? Favor? Carried.
Put something up that we can probably look at.
Like this snowball season now, right?
Yeah, I also has a busy last. Yeah. See here what I can sell for, because we cut it by $100.
That was still a little piece on there.
Yeah, we gotta make sure it's,
Sir, Knack, does that work for you?
Would recommend putting a date in there.
Yes.
So, it's September.
And I guess whatever kind of purchase, like purchase.
Yeah, September.
For the snow year 2026, I'll cover one end of the bottom end.
We need something a little more specific.
Move that the Lamont County Council direct administration to refund any funds paid for medical snow removal plus refunds, any payments, anything overpayments for senior snow removal flats paid since September 1st, 2025.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Now we'll move on to new business. Reserve policy.
So in the 2020 budget, the council has done a program contribution to reserve. Therefore, what we need to do is have an appropriate reserve of $1.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kanowski. So, you'll see the policy, the previous policy that was approved is attached for council's reference. Starting on page 70, page 70. I'm not going to go through that right now. I'm just going to go through the pages that are changed. So, page 49 is Schedule A of that policy. There's essentially two changes that are required or recommended. In the bottom half of the section, capital reserves, in red, you'll see that the building replacement capital reserve, the target maximum has been increased to 3 million. So this is to provide funding for various county-owned buildings, renovations, improvements. So this is just setting the upper limit. Again, this is not putting money into it, but it's just giving direction from council to administration and from council to future councils. And then the new one is the environmental remediation reserve. This was discussed at committee, and it was to put aside some the funds to remediate salt contamination at the public works site. So this is we've named this environmental remediation reserve, set a maximum limit there of $500,000. You'll see further in the agenda under the budget the actual funding of that reserve. And then the only other changes on that is that on page 69 is the setup of a little bit more of the detail with that environmental remediation reserve. And that's essentially Schedule B of the reserve policy. So very minor updates. The motion that administration is recommending that the county council amend financial reserve policy 7010.23 schedules A and B are attached. So and just as I noted earlier, everything from page 70 on is just the previous policy for council's information. And on page 93 is also the current balances in this reserve.
Everybody's had a chance to have a look at them and go over them. Any questions or concerns? Take a vote.
That Lamont County Council amend financial reserve policy 7010.23 schedules A and B as attached.
The one question, what we had for the fire, the emergency, we had under, and there's not only given a couple million, what reserve is that under?
That was numerous years ago. Council has since changed these reserves a few times. So there really is no particular, but there is an emergency services reserve for capital items. There is a regional emergency management reserve. That's for the REMA. But yeah, and there's a fire operating reserve for 477,000. But the number that you're mentioning, I believe, was brought up previously, and that is just that's been changed, a number of times since then. So.
That one was separate ones, you
That's, you know, from, I believe that's probably about 6 or 7 years ago. But yeah, no, that's not identified specifically in any one of these reserves.
Mr. Reed, perhaps we could track back online and provide an update.
It's separate, I don't remember doing it.
Reserves are normally set up for future costs, not for past costs. So like, you know,
I know that
all
one was a check from the Alberta government and they're splitting to a separate account
yeah,
in case we had another big fire north of Bruderheim or, you know, or anywhere up in the hills in the north part of the county or any part of the county for that matter.
yeah, that was previous to my time here with the county with that was.
Okay, we've had any other questions or concerns? Someone make the reserve policy motion?
Councilor Yu, that's already.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, we've already discussed, we're just back to discussion, sorry. Okay, call a vote, all in favor? Carried. 7.2, budget approval.
Well, sir, this is the big one. Please look at the agenda. You'll see that there are 8 separate motions that we're recommending for council to make. It deals with the various components of the budget, starting with the service level set that the council was approved, and ending with some adjustments for offsite levies. Go ahead, Rodney.
Thank you, Mr. Tranowski. So yes, this request for decision is the culmination of the committee meeting discussions that were held August 18th and then again on December 2nd and 3rd. So in addition to financial items, the budget committee also reviews and confirms the service level catalog, which is what sets the expectation for services provided to Lamont County residents. As noted in the committee, administration used the 2025 policy and program approval as the base budget for the committee. Council was able to adjust various service levels such as the snow removal flags and such. So you'll see these changes here in the bottom section on page 95. The service level adjustments that were adjusted were increasing the farm and residential taxes by 2% to cover inflation and service enhancements and move the county towards funding the full cost of equipment replacement. A cost of living allowance increase of 2%, increase in water rates by 3% to move toward full cost recovery, and that was what was changed in the fees and charges bylaw just a couple items earlier. Increasing the duty crew to 26 weeks to allow for added daytime coverage for emergency incidents. Addition of a second peace officer to allow for some succession planning. Reduction of the snowplow flag revenue to offer services for free for the medical users as well as seniors. And then to dedicate some funding to amend the land use bylaw to support requested tourism opportunities. And so those are the changes that the committee had recommended to council. I'm just going to walk through the motions that are required here, as there is a number of them. So the first one is fairly straightforward. It's to approve the service catalog. And that service catalog is on page 98 to 102. So that's all of the services that are provided by department to our residents of the county. The second one is the financial items. So it's to approve the operating revenue budget as attached with operating revenues of $28 million and including a reserve transfer from the IT reserve. So that previously IT was funded through reserves and capital. Accounting rules have changed, but just to make it simple, we're continually just leaving that reserve as it is and then fund the needs as we come. And then the operating expenditures of 30.6 million, including the amortization of 2.9 million. And the detailed numbers of that are on page 103 to 107. The third one is to approve the capital budget. So according to the MGA, council must approve an operating budget and a capital budget for every year. So the motion number 3 is the capital budget, and that the detail is shown on page 108, 109, and 110. Motions 3 and 4 are essentially for both of those things. 3 is for the 2026 budget. 4 is for the carry forward of the projects from 2025. Now, as well, any reserve transfers must be approved by council. So you'll see the detail of the reserve transfers. So the first 5 motions here are moving money from reserves into to capital for that funding. The last one is the move of the $500,000 from one of the reserves, the Township 560 Reserve, to the Environmental Remediation Reserve. Motion number 6 is to for council to approve applying the local government fiscal framework grant towards that 2026 capital equipment plan. And then number 7 is, so as council may be aware, the MGA also requires that the council approve a 3-year operating plan and a 5-year capital plan. And so these plans are attached on page 111 to 114. And so that's the approving the multi-year operating and capital plans that attached. So the key word there is plans. These are not, council's not approving the budget to spend them. This is just approving a plan. And then the last motion is for number 8 is in regards to the Heartland offsite levy. And in particular, the Range Road 202 previously was set to be done started in 2026. And so since this is a bylaw, we can't just change it with a motion. So the recommendation here is that the council direct administration to bring forward amendments to the bylaw so that we can change those construction start dates to a future year.
And so building the road until we need it. It will give us an opportunity to collect anyone here.
Council will be able to have a chance at that point to be able to discuss the Heartland offsites and those projects in a more fuller discussion. So yes, there's a number of motions here and a lot of information. So I don't want to breeze through it too quickly. So we can give opportunity for questions both on the budget or on the processes here.
I think my opinion is we could do recommendation 1 right off the bat, because we don't bring an approved service level. We're adding all the service. We'd all discuss that, give that agreement. And then go through the separate second ones and see if anybody has concerns.
Question, so we did the shoulder pole on 164 for 4 miles. What's the plan for that for this summer? Is that in the budget or?
No, absolutely. This is the perfectly appropriate time to ask that question. So
Mr. East did bring forward a report early to mid last year with talking to current year as well as supplement year plans for Darby. Maybe you speak to that.
Yeah, so back in, I believe it was March, we brought forward a multi-year shoulder pole plan. that council reviewed, had some discussion on. We didn't bring that back for council review. We have some members of council this year. So we bring that forward in the new year. We do have that money included within our the approved budget, the recommended budget. Our intention is to continue with those monies until council decides on those.
That would be on for this summer, it's those 4 miles.
I don't. The next 4 miles are on the plan. I don't know if they're for 26 or for 27, but we can review that.
Since we need to bring forward as a brief.
Yes, so the funds are in the budget, not specifically dedicated to a project. Council administration would be bringing forward that for approval of that project plan in early in the year.
My concern is that we have to do something with the 4 miles we did last year.
My add to it is the 4 miles failed. What are we doing with it? Is the question that I got.
Yeah, we're going back, or we're going forward.
Yeah, what are we doing with it now? We're not leaving it like that. Where's the money coming from?
So as discussed with council previously, with the issues we have on those 4 miles, we did some repairs to it, added more gravel. We'll be reviewing it in the spring once the frost starts coming out and bring a plan forward for council. Whether it's using shoulder bolt funds or using alternative funding within our budget, it's not our intent to be looking for extra dollars. Maybe using some patch gravel budget, maybe using some alternative funding or finding within the budget.
Okay, I just wanted to get off the radar.
Yeah, on page 95, there's one thing listed there that has a certain timeline to it. Does that have to be in this motion, or is it recorded for 3 months?
Sorry, I don't know. I'm not sure what you're talking.
Page 95, the additional second piece out there, that timeline.
Yes, that amount was for.
Yeah, does that have to be written on this? Is what I'm asking.
No, the amounts were discussed in the committee meeting, and that was included in this adjustment to the budget.
Yeah, that one more question. The 1% fire that we did on taxes last year. Do we have a separate account for the money that's left, starting a fire reserve with that for future?
That'll be addressed at the year end. But the process will be is looking at the overall costs for the fire area, that department, and then council will then be able to make the motion to transfer that into reserves or either way. So the intention is that money would be any surplus from that department would be put into a fire operating reserve for future needs. So yeah, that'll come with
for the leftover.
Yes, that'll come with the usually right around the audit is when we do that those reserve transfers. So, but yes, that is slated for a future agenda.
Mr. Eve, on page 49, second municipal operating reserve, fire operating reserve. I think that's where we go.
That's true.
We don't have to worry about making a motion to set up another reserve. We already have one set.
Okay, and that money for 202, the industry put in 202. Is that a separate account? Or is it in?
It's an offsite levy or is it?
Yeah, okay. It's a separate offset levy? Yeah.
That's it's no longer in reserves. That's put in deferred revenue. The accounting rules changed a few years back. So you'll see that when you look at the financial statements, that's where those are listed. The rationale behind deferred revenue is that the money's coming in. It's not our money to move around in a reserve. We have to spend it on this.
motion. I move that the Lamont County Council approve the 2026 service level catalog.
To approve the 2026 operating budget as attached. Revenue is 28,118,000, including reserve transfers from IT reserve of 33,000. Operating expenses of 30,623,000, including amortization of 2.927 million. Anybody wanna?
I think the Lamont County Council approved the 2026 operating budget as attached with 2026 operating revenues of $28,118,481, including a reserve transfer from IT reserve of 33,000 and operating expense of $30,623,562, including amortization of 2.927 million.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. And then we have the capital projects expenditures. Capital asset purchases. Anybody want to make that motion?
Sure. I motion that Lamont County Council approve the 2026 capital budget as attached with the capital project expenditures of 823,000, capital asset purchases of 2.179,282.
Any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. 4, carry forward of 626,000 capital projects from 2025. Your concerns? Carried. 5,
I move that the Lamont County Council approve 2026 reserve transfers to capital of $166,337 from bridge replacement, $18,000 from emergency services for equipment, $40,000 from general capital, $550,000 from capital road, $257,046 from vehicle and equipment, and $500,000 from the township 560 reserve to environmental remediation reserve.
any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. So we applying for the fiscal, the LGFF.
Yeah, Lamont County Council approved applying up to $1,344,236 of the local government fiscal framework LGFF grant for the 2026 capital equipment plan.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried.
Just for clarity, this is the week of.
Yeah.
Just applying it as funding.
To the project, yeah. 7, multi-year operating and capital plans as attached.
Lamont County Council approved the multi-year operating and capital plans as attached.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. All right, and this one here's the one that shows the offsite levy for that, what you were asking about. Projects. Anybody want to make number 8?
Sure. The motion that Lamont County Council direct administration to bring forward amendments to bylaw 871.2 for the offsite levy to change the anticipated construction start dates of the 2026 listed projects to a future year.
Okay, any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried.
So we'll get a tracking of that, money from the fire, right? You know?
Yes,
Okay. Give it to all council, please.
absolutely.
Actually, we usually say we look at the.
Yes.
Moving on, writing off outstanding accounts receivable.
So, Mr. Reed, we are unable to, administratively. Write up charges there, we're going to, so for your authorization to do so, we're on 116. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Pavelski. So yes, this is a fire invoice from 2020 that from a major federally regulated entity. And and this would we were finally able to collect this in November 2025, and along with another invoice from 2024 that was paid in October. So when we contacted this company about this, they have a corporate policy against paying any finance charges. So to date, administration has been unsuccessful in collecting those finance charges. You'll see that there is $2,190 for these charges. So while we were able to collect the actual charges, they're still refusing to pay anything else on finances. So the process is what we've gone through. You'll see on page 117 was that we were sending out monthly statements with balances, sending out arrears letter, follow-up emails, phone calls. And so we were finally able to do this. And so essentially we got back the costs of the firefighting, but just any of the charges of them not paying was not, they weren't willing to pay. So council so choose, we could go close to give the name. However, the account number here gives us direction not to write this off.
Is the name of it.
Kind of a side note of this. We got company A selling company B, oil company leases switching hands. If company B is doing buying of the and taxes on other ones, does somebody stop the sale of
Yes, that goes through the AER process. So we report that to the AER, and the AER stops those changes. So
I got a letter that's switching from one company to another, and I know other companies do not update.
that's,
Like all the year.
yeah, let's talk offline, and I can provide that information to the AERs.
Okay, well. Any questions or concerns about writing off the $2,190.25?
Directed administration to write off finance charges in the amount of $2,190.25 for AR account 00634.
All right, any questions or concerns? Being none, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. Copter requests, Edmonton and Area Land Trust 2026 tax year.
So, Mr. Reed, we're in page 118. The municipal government act allows a council to, by bylaw, any property that is exempt from taxation is subject to taxation under this division. So there is a program called Copper that allows you to go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Donaldson. So yes, there's two things. You can allow it by bylaw for a company to be exempt, but there's also the community property tax exemption regulation, which makes it one is making it non-exemptive, the other one's making it exempt. So in this particular case, we're talking about the property tax exemption regulation. So the Edmonton and Area Land Trust has a property within the county. And it is southeast of 454-19-4. The regulations state that if an application for exemption is provided to the municipality by September 30th of the year preceding the tax year, that the municipality may exempt that property from taxation. However, there's nothing to say that a late submission is not going to be allowed. So in this particular case, this organization did miss the deadline. This application was received on November 12th. The property is currently taxed as agricultural property, and they're taxed at approximately $111 per year. And the company has provided an application, which you'll see on page 124. So the application requires that they provide council with their reasons for the exemption, what restrictions they have on the land, as well as financial information on their organization. And a copy of their tax notices. So tax notice is shown on page 138 of the benefit. So council has two alternatives here. Council could approve the property tax exemption, exempt that $111 for 2026 tax year, or council could choose to reject the application due to the late.
This rejection could also come with the suggestion that they apply on time. The organization
This must be for their whole organization. This isn't just for that one piece of property.
well,
The
Well, yeah,
little one piece of property is not worth $11 million.
we're talking 73 acres.
Yes.
Yeah, like they've got some serious feedback.
the land is worth $3,230.
I'd like to say it's $111 less this year.
Yeah.
Just,
Yeah.
I don't want to be that guy.
Well, it's,
honestly, I had to kind of mind. It's not like they're hurt by any means.
Well, and they do this with numerous municipalities.
Yeah,
We're not the only one.
let's make it $111 less than rate next year. We want to.
You want it beyond that?
I mean, you only missed by what, 20 days?
Yeah,
So maybe the council wishes to make the motion as recommended and then defeat it.
yeah.
If that's our intention.
The Lamont County Council approve a property tax exemption of the Edmonton and area land trust for property southeast for 5419 west of Fort as per MGA section 362(1) and 3B for the year 2026.
Any questions or concerns? All in favor? Opposed? Defeated? Carried.
Billy, you gotta do something with the mics. We're getting lots of calls today.
That's who I am, but I've heard that too. They're not hearing us at all today.
Yeah, we got sort of. Okay, we'll call it like 5 minute recess. 9:50. Everybody, welcome back. We'll continue on with our meeting.
Yeah.
All right. Recording, still recording?
Yes, it is.
Perfect. Yeah, we'll, we've had a couple concerns about the sound in here, so we're trying facing up while we're talking to make sure we hit the microphone. Just to see if there's any connection difference for us too, so. We'll move to 7.5, letter of support for the Ukrainian Festival grant funding.
Mr. Reed, an important amendment within Lamont County. Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Hey, Mr. Janowski. So yes, the Ukrainian Canadian Congress, in particular, the Alberta Provincial Council, hosts events every year since 2022. These events are normally held within Lamont County at the Ukrainian Cultural Heritage Village. Unfortunately, last year it was not held there, but the Ukrainian Canadian Congress is asking for a letter of support to apply for a grant so that they can again have the event in 2026. So the item before you is that council authorized the Reeve to sign a letter to the Congress to support its application for the ethnocultural grant program funding.
Members of council may recall that our MLA, Honorable Jackie and Armstrong Humby have mentioned this grant. We should let the council about during the strategic time.
Then you would be supportive of it, and economic development as well.
Can you apply to the federal government?
To the provincial government.
Okay, any other questions or concerns? Applying for or supporting them? Okay with me writing a letter to them? Okay. Other questions or concerns? All in favor? Yeah, oh, they did make, oh, no, they didn't. I'm jumping the gun here today, guys.
I motion that Lamont County Council authorize the Reeve to sign a letter to the Ukrainian Canadian Congress and Alberta Provincial Council to support its application to the government of Alberta's ethnocultural grant program funding.
Since we've had enough discussion, all in favor? Yeah. Gary, thanks, guys. All right, Alberta Hub Skyway Project letter of support.
Good morning, Mr. Reed and members of council. We've received a request from the Alberta Hub, which is our Regional Economic Development Alliance, for a letter of support for the Alberta Hub Skyways project, which is a drone initiative or unmanned vehicle initiative. They've been doing quite a bit of work in the last couple of years in this space, and they're now in a position where they would like to apply for some further funding, with St. Paul County being the lead on the Alberta Community Partnership Program grant. So it's an intermunicipal collaboration with some proposed outcomes, including trying to define how unmanned and uncrewed aerial vehicles or drones are changing industry, jobs, investment, and skill sets with some of the colleges in the area. We want to formalize an Alberta Hub stakeholder engagement with members of business and industry, do a more comprehensive feasibility study to identify use cases and routes for proof of concept. You might recall they've already done a few test runs of drones out from Andrew with some of the neighboring airports. They want to involve some of the courier companies, Canada Post, energy companies, ag-based stakeholders, looking at policies, if any, that municipalities might want to take a look at when it comes to unmanned aerial vehicles. Flight routes, defining them within municipalities. So the whole idea here is how do we help the supply chain for our existing industry, and what economic development spin-off opportunities could there be with drones into the future. There's a freight and medical component too, so when we think about the medical industry and doing things, how do we get parts for farm equipment out to farmers faster? Drones might be a potential option for that. So it's quite a comprehensive project. They've asked for a letter of support. There's a motion in the package. I will need to provide that to council be supportive in the next couple of days because they've got a fairly tight turnaround period to Bob Hisvelko, the executive director at the Alberta Hub. There is a further detail for anybody listening online if you'd like to read more about area and analytics in the Northeast Alberta Information Hub project. There's an executive summary on the work to date included in the country government website.
Mr. Reader, Council, there is no cost to Lamont County for this regional initiative. They're asking for our all support.
Anybody have any questions? Given our presentation? My opinion is we give them a letter of support. We pay into their funding. We're a member of the Alberta Hub. This is beneficial for everybody that's involved with it anyway.
Council, as we recall, the Andrew Charter School is thinking of positioning itself as a bit of a center of excellence for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And they've indicated that drone-related studies is something that they want to incorporate into their curriculum.
Yeah.
Oh, it's. We'll try and.
He's going by the reading.
Yeah.
Here we go. Right.
Yep, right
I motion that Lamont County Council provide support letter for the Alberta Hub Skyways project and authorize the lead to sign a letter of support.
Okay, questions or concerns? No. All in favor? Yeah. Okay. Carried. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Delegation and closed meeting on November 25th. Your needs to hear the follow up with the recommendation. Provide this initial feedback.
So as Mr. said back on November 25th, council met in closed session with third party, discussed a bit of the gravel lease and provincial land. Following that closed session, council accepted the presentation, referred the matter to the budget committee. During the committee meeting, discussion was further held in closed session. So upon examination of the proposal, administration reviewed the proposed gravel lease and found that due to three factors, administration is not recommending that this proceed with acquiring a gravel lease with provincial land at this time. The first concern, the proposed gravel lease would result in increased hauling of the county's current gravel source, which would increase the hauling cost by approximately $4.52 per ton, based on the current contract haul rates. The second concern, the proposed gravel lease requires at least 2 miles of road be constructed on undeveloped road miles and through provincial lands. That will require agreement from municipal and provincial departments, which will further increase the operational cost of gravel extraction in these lands. And finally, as the previous gravel testing was completed by augering, further gravel testing would be required to determine the suitability of the gravel source. As the source is on provincial land, the county must obtain provincial approval to conduct this testing prior to doing the testing. Based on discussion with local municipal governments, gravel extracted previously in the area of this proposed gravel lease has high sand contact compared to gravel sources within one county.
Okay, Thank you. Any questions or concerns?
Lamont County Council directing administration to take no further action on the gravel lease item presented to council in closed meeting at the November 25th, 2025 regular council meeting.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. All right, subdivision requirements and culverts.
Mr. Reed, you don't know where you are.
But time to read through some of this.
Regards to a concern we have in subdivision. With regards to subdivision requirement. The MDU technical. Over. Here, causing more information on the geotechnical aspect. In general terms, and so I will have some.
The previous meeting, we discussed what went. If the previous land use bylaw had required geotechnicals. So I went back and I looked, and in one section, which I've provided for you, it did require geotechnical analysis only to evaluate slope stability. So this was the sole reference to geotechnical analysis in the land use bylaw. In general, this is quite inadequate. In contrast, the current land use bylaw includes 7 separate provisions requiring a referencing geotechnical assessments. Section 7.3, the development on or adjacent to hazard lands alone, identifies the need for assessment in 3 different instances. Of particular significance is development within the 1 in 100 year floodway, a water course, or drainage channel. So the province has been pretty clear that municipalities must exercise caution and due diligence when permitting development in or near flood prone areas to adequately protect Lamont County and ensure responsible decision making. The development authority should require a geotechnical assessment whenever water related hazards or site stability concerns are present. So regarding the property discussed at the November 25th meeting, I sent information off to our consultant at V3, Nick Price, and he provided the following professional direction. So given the flooding concerns and the site conditions you've identified, it would be appropriate to require a geotechnical report to confirm that the proposed lot contains a safe and stable building area capable of supporting residential development. The purpose of that report is to identify where such a building envelope can be located and to verify that the site conditions are suitable. You are also fully within your authority to request this information prior to subdivision approval or alternatively to include it as a condition of approval. The condition can specify the minimum buildable area required on a new lot that is supported by a geotechnical assessment prepared by a qualified professional engineer. If the report cannot confirm a buildable area that meets the minimum requirements, the subdivision would be unable to satisfy the conditions of approval and therefore cannot proceed to land titles for registration. Regarding the lot containing existing buildings, provided these structures were legally established at the time of construction, carrying a geotechnical analysis is not necessary. It is assumed that all existing development will continue to comply with the current land use bylaw setbacks and standards once the new parcel boundaries are created. So based on this information, a development officer acting responsibly and in good faith should not approve a subdivision in an area where identified hazards without first obtaining a geotechnical assessment. In addition to the geotechnical matters, council requested clarification on culvert requirements. And a review of the municipal servicing standards, section 7.15. Managing culverts outlines all standards applicable to culvert installation. While the standards specify how culverts must be constructed, they do not contain any prohibition against installing a culvert, and current practice is that each existing or proposed access location is inspected prior to approval, at which time the need for a culvert is determined based on site conditions and drainage requirements. And I'd like to go back to the geotechnical analysis information that Nick Price provided regarding the lot containing existing buildings. He specifically said that provided that these structures were legally established at the time of construction. The building on this site were built in 1954. At that time, there was no legal construction regulations. So they would not be considered as legally constructed buildings. They would be considered grandfathered, non-conforming.
Which is really the concern of I didn't say this person has not applied.
That is the other thing. This person has not applied. They've only come in with questions, and I gave them the best information that I had available to me.
So we should perhaps point to council on page 179. It is the information that was in the old one.
Yeah.
With page 44 on the bottom. It speaks only to along river bank. Page 27 is from the more recently approved land use bylaw, and it speaks more fully to situations where the geotechnical is required, having to do with adjacent and hazard land. This is land where there could be an issue. And the council may remember that around province introduced regulations. There were flooding in places like High Prairie and Calgary. Excuse me, there were litigation. So these kinds of regulations that we put in land use bylaws to protect municipalities from litigation. Let's leave culverts for now. Let's go to this picture. So please describe what this proponent is proposing to do.
The picture that was provided for you shows a yellow outline. That's the parcel that he wants to subdivide out. And a part of it is from a north quarter section and part of it is from a south quarter section. So it is owned, I believe, by two brothers, and each brother has consented to doing a partial division that they would then join together to make this holiday home subdivision, is what they called it to me. My understanding was that the home on site is not fully livable in, is what I was told. I have no idea because I have not done an inspection to verify that.
So the other thing is that it's likely that the intent would be to subdivide and then to sell this land. And then we would have a buyer who likely would not be able to build in this land. Given the hazard land, as the land use bylaw refers to it, unless of course the geotechnical was done. And then the subdivision authority and the development authority could confidently approve permits.
The old yard is on the hill right now.
Now, the thing is, though, is we wouldn't know this because they haven't actually applied for it. We haven't had to go to do a subdivision to look at it. So we can't say yea or nay until they apply for it.
So right now, it's due diligence.
Right now, it's not they just came in looking for information, really.
It's not even an issue.
Well, they came to see and then they got thrown and needed $25,000 geotech, so
Yeah.
that maybe changed their mind, which.
There was an application in 2022 that was approved by the previous director of planning.
For a subdivision.
Therefore, it was higher. It was the original one.
Yeah.
Well, we don't like saying no. Zoom. It's a good. We would absolutely be ready for the information. It is a, excuse me.
Mhm.
Presumably. Not happen.
They absolutely can't appeal to the ISDA. Of any conditions that's put on them, they can appeal that.
So this is a briefing though, we're not asking you for a decision. We're just informing you.
So only other broad, subdivision that we,
Since I've been here, I have not required any. Because I haven't had any properties come in that had that amount of water or high water tables. I do know that what I have handled in the time that I've been here, prior to my coming, there was 2 files that required geotechnicals and they were done.
Something.
So the thing is, there's gonna be more issues with this as,
Sure.
So by extension, we're not asking you to, the opinion from the consultant seems to confirm that our development on adjacent and hazard lands policy within the land use bylaw are appropriate, which I think is part of the question.
Not having that opens up Lamont County to litigation. Especially if flooding happens, we prevented development within that area. That is significant, and I can tell you in other municipalities that I've worked, i.e. in MD at Leicester Slate River, they're currently having issues with this because of a huge flooding issue that happened in the province has said, we told you, hands off. Not fun.
To your question. So I can't explain why the property.
well, they got a different land use bylaw.
There was a totally different. That's correct.
Nice. He did leave before.
What he said, sorry. The other subdivision, that is related to subdivision requirements. One of them is, flooding and whether or not these parcels, we have to be taking care of whether or not the parcels are going to be flooding. And that's part of the concerns and matters you have to deal with when you're reviewing the subdivision. And I don't think that's a problem. This is not what you were given today, shows how high the water table would be and what flood.
This part there is 100 years old. It would have been back then, it was built.
Exactly.
Yeah, you found high ground, that's what you built for.
Well, and this mistake is indicating it's legally non-conforming, so nobody's saying anything, he's doing anything. But if he wants to knock it down. So do we look at this?
Questions or concerns?
It would depend on where they went to get it. My understanding is anywhere between 12 and 30,000. It depends on what they get to do it and how deeply involved in details that they get.
so can you approve the subdivision, and when they come to build a new, say they're gonna build a home there, at that point, can't you tell them grant grant that development permit, that's when you decide where it should be. Would,
I can't do that without the geotechnical. First of all, and second of all, I wouldn't grant a subdivision without that. Because I have a requirement by the province to ensure that there is a developable area on that subdivision when it gets subdivided. And without that geotechnical, I can't say that there's a developable area, possible, even though there is buildings on the site. Like I said, they were built in the 1950s, and there's lots of stuff that's built in the 1950s, it's not done right. But today's standard. Yeah, because there was no standards.
Yeah, so there's a professional, but there's also safeguarding the county, so
Exactly.
if these people sell this property, and somebody buys it, and then suddenly, well, you granted a subdivision on a piece of land that's not developable. No,
Yeah, exactly. And the county gets sued, because that's what will happen.
It's not gonna big deal, Leroy, where the yard is now. Not a big deal. Not really.
It's just me, and when I said it's not that good, maybe I haven't been around long enough, I go up there and that's when we look at.
Yeah, it's up on the hill.
So.
Still, I guess they come for an application, we don't really know.
Yeah, who knows, maybe they may never bother, right?
But they said they'd ask for a geotech without even going to look, because it's on the hill, right?
No, I would go and do an inspection before approving a subdivision. I do on every single subdivision.
So you'd go look before you'd say it needs a geotech, because if it's on a big hill where they're gonna be building, then it wouldn't make sense to get geotech.
Just taking a look at the site is not the only thing I have to look at. I also have to look at the flooding mapping and the possibilities of what can happen. Because when I go and do an inspection, it's one day in a lifetime, not how it can always be.
So we would look back at the GIS models.
Exactly.
This one's. No, that. Application.
Nothing, great.
Is that the yard where the Sunland Ranch starts out of?
I think it's right there.
It's right there.
Okay, any other questions or concerns? We accept it as information.
Motion that Lamont County Council accept the report on the subdivision requirements and culverts as information.
One and two. You continue to knock off the directives that you provide. You will see most of them are either complete, where we have the date when we intend to bring forward, closure on the item, or things are marked ongoing where it's something that requires some work over time. And as always, I'm prepared to answer any questions based on identification of the index number on the left column.
Just that information on 10 and 11. And I think we'll be discussing it more in closed session. Y'all seeing that?
There's nothing in there, either on my favorite item.
It's in here somewhere. I can tell you that now there's it's an active litigation. we step back. As part of that litigation, there's been an access to information request.
29.
We are providing information on that. As we are legally required to do. Yeah.
I missed it. Let's go at the end. The Lamont County Council accepted the December 16, 2025 follow-up action item report as information. All there.
All right, we'll, go on to committee of the whole. All of them. You know, this one is- Seven ten, snow plowing policy.
Okay, just some concern that I. Snow plowing issues, my concern was were a lot of areas that weren't plowed in the south part of my. Or. The not the. Where the issues were.
Yes, so, and we'll head over, the county's current snow and ice clearing, policy, which council approved back in 2022. Starting on page 1, our snow clearing operations will typically commence, when snow accumulation reaches 8 centimeters in depth. Last week, we didn't reach that depth, but we did, start dispatching our graders and our plows out. Our priorities are listed on page 2, starting with emergencies, major collectors, bus routes, minor collectors, local roads, private driveways, and then public facilities. The one thing that, 2 items in here that I would like council to see was under procedures, number 2, county will endeavor to clear major collector roads and bus routes within 72 hours. And minor collector roads and local roads within 96. So looking at our activities last week, all of our bus routes and major roads were cleared within the first 3 days. And by the end of Friday, all of our roads were open and passable. We did receive some wind partway through, did have some more drifting. Our grader operators did try and hit some of those areas, but at the same time, trying to ensure all the roads were open by the end of the week. There is 2 other items in here. So number 9 does allow the operators to vary from the order of priorities when in their discretion more advantageous county to immediately plow a road, a driveway, or an approach. Our grader operators weren't plowing driveways. That was what our tractors are doing. But they may deviate, catch a minor collector while they're going through. So they're trying to minimize high blighting is what they're doing. And number. If the subsequent snow would have been approved prior to completion of previous snow events being completed of all priority lots, clearing efforts will revert to normal. We weren't quite in that scenario, and definitely in the northeast area, we did have heavier snowfall. We did have heavier drifting. So it did take some more time in that area. We did, instead of moving just 10 smaller beats, we dispatched 1 grader to help with Andrew, and then one grader to help out the operator of Lamont because his area is larger. Trying to ensure that the roads were all open. By the end of day Wednesday, most of our operators had most of their roads, and by Thursday, a handful had everything done. So they were helping each other out throughout, but I will say by the end of Friday, all the ones were open.
Somebody says when here, so we look at the report, nobody shows Thursday. He's here. That's an important thing to keep in mind. It shows for the week of, but it's a week of Friday.
When did we start using 10 graders on the snow this year?
So that would have been last week. We've had one grader was parked because we didn't have significant snowfall. That operator was hauling gravel. The other operator, he's been working in the gravel pit. So starting last week and continuing through this week, we're down to 10, and we'll be continuing with 10 rest of the season.
In my area, when I was getting the calls, we were only on an 8th grader beat, so that's people up in the hill for pulling it in, so.
Yeah, it was Wednesday last week. We put the 2 extra graders out there.
What was the first measure?
So the first measurable snowfall event, we had wind blowing 10 days ago through the weekend, and then significant snowfall Sunday night and on Monday.
The first snowfall we got was slush.
Yeah.
So you got, you don't need 8 centimeters to have a hard time going down the road because the slush gets you and you're dragging you around. So that's why you're getting complaints. The biggest thing was we only had 8 graders instead of 10 for a start, and that's where I was getting calls. Because I had the 1 grader basically in my area, except for the 190, 193 and 192, the divider road were changes. So
yeah, so when we looked at
we had a bit of snow on the building, it's all the millions of west.
So the snowfall we received in early November, we tried not to blade as much as possible. The ground still wasn't frozen. So it wasn't till the end of November, frost was in. That's when we started plowing.
November 27th, we were leaving a regional meeting, and it's more crazy, so 28th would have been the first snow.
Based on our assessment of our road network last Monday, we made a decision not to put the extra out, but with the snow and wind we received Tuesday night, that's when we decided to put our extra 2 graders out there, shut down our activities. We also, the temperatures were dropping, so we shut down the gravel haul, we shut down the gravel extraction. We had those extra bodies, and our focus since then has been, opening roads, maintaining our paved roads. The tractors have been out continuously last week, but continuing and going back this week with the wind. So all of our equipment is on the road right now.
In 3 days, he had finished his beat. So that was Wednesday. We're getting calls about areas that were graded. Now, I'm not sure about that little triangle. 645. I don't know what the issue is there. Who grades that? The north?
That's the operator of the north. It's everything north and east of the lake.
Actually, that was not in my area. That was in John's north area. He was done 150 miles.
Yeah.
My area, I think I was doing around 30 miles a day, and up there they were doing 50, 55 miles. Yeah,
You guys might be over.
yeah. So my area was 75 units. That I there's 2 roads in my area.
I drove 573 north down to a Saturday week this Saturday. Those roads were clogged, and then south of 29, there wasn't much activity there. There was snow.
But the grader report show that they're going, so are they just driving over to go to other places to do it, or are they actually plow?
Absolutely not. Our operators are instructed not to be high blading around. When they're planning their routes, let's try to minimize any high blading as much as possible. There are times where they've got an area done, they got to get to the next area, they get high bladed. Because if they spend time weighing back while they go there, that takes up more time, so they're trying to get as much road open as quick as they can, and then go back and clean.
They used to go up 202, come down to 203, just for an example. If you had to do them there and back up 202, they'd go up one way and then cut over a mile, come back down, and they open the north and south up. And then went back to second pass. Now they're going there and back, so take longer, right?
And we can have discussion with operators ensuring that it's, when we do get a major snow event, whether it's large accumulation we were expecting later today, high winds like we received last night, or soon to be focus on getting one lane open. If we get one lane open on every road, then go back. Everybody's now has that ability. Similar to how highways maintains roads, they're not just doing one road in their beat. They've got multiple highways. They're going through the whole thing. So, you know, it's trying. What we try to do is get as much open as we can. It's difficult when you get one area with significantly more snowfall or heavier drifting. So by going to the 10 beats continually now, we should be able to have these roads open quicker for the public.
Is there an updated collector road map and stuff?
Not attached with this.
Okay, if we can get something brought to us, stuff down the road here.
Yeah, the bus roads,
Yeah. And did they ever get anything from Elk Island for brush routes?
Yes, this year has been a little bit of a more rusty routes. Elk Island we have, but we do have 3 other school divisions in the county. So we have Golden Academy, we have the we have a bus that's coming on the Smoky Lake. So we have worked to get them all. The one coming at Smoky Lake, that's the one we just got last week confirmed. Because the majority are private contractors, we're both dealing with the school authority, and we're dealing with the bus companies too. And there's sometimes what the school says, the bus company says, no matters. We're trying to ensure that we have the right information for our operators.
yeah, there's a good run of stuff again here. So,
Yeah,
see if these guys will be going. Oh yeah, it'll be a full straight through the weekend kind of operation.
Gerald.
Yeah.
You've got 2 operators that come into your area there.
Yeah.
So how are the
Well, that's a call I had on the cell operator at Andrew. He came up to Highway 29 because I checked out the complaint. He came south to 72 from the north. He came up to 29, and he went back north on 29. He left 4 miles to his boundary, his south boundary. That day I tracked it back, and finally that was Friday, last Friday. He finally got to the road that was in question at about 2:30 on Friday, 2 o'clock Friday and stuff. But he came off one of the collectors. As he came on, he should have had 552 done across off of in his area, which is one of the should be a collect road if I'm not mistaken. That was not touched at all on stuff on there. So that's the concern I had from. That's my north boundary roads and stuff on there. That's what they are. My other areas, the operator north of there, I talked to him Thursday, he was already half done his second pass, and the operator south of there called me and said that he has already done his 2 passes late Thursday, and Friday was starting his 3rd there in that area.
just something to to consider. I don't know if I'm a fan of you do 60% of your beat, and then you get snow and wind, and you start. So if you got 5 inches of snow and he never made it, you get another 4. You got 9, and he's gone somewhere else to fit, you know, I know that's happened other years. I forget what year that was when we had that, all that snowfall.
20,
You know, the grader's a mile away. You think, well, he'll be here tomorrow
It's
morning.
coming, yeah.
He's not there for a week, you know, so,
He went back 0.8, right?
yeah, so.
Well, or maybe 0.7.
Yeah, well, who knows where it was, yeah.
So the guys usually know they're pretty good if it's an east wind, they know which roads to log in. But if you don't have regular grader operators, you're on a beat, you're moving around, they don't have to where they're going.
So please let Darby, best thing to do is to use service requests because Darby and Corey both receive it in addition to the admin person that tracks it. Best thing to do is to send the service request DRIs, right? Grader operators do the best, they have some latitude when they think doing something before something else makes sense. But every indication. There was one.
we will say from the phone calls we received last week, 99% were just dealing with driveways. So the only correspondence I received from anybody was through council about calls not being done. The public their concern was being to get out of the driveway. Our concern is ensuring that once they're out of the driveway, they have someplace they can go. Last week, when we stuck on the road, we had that live last Christmas with the gentleman. North the chip, and he was able to get out of his yard, but then he was stuck on the road for 2 days. And that's the whole months. We want to make sure we have the roads open and passable without people on chip.
Any other questions on phone call policy?
Policy 5104.22 snow and ice control, snow clearing county roads as information.
Favor? Carried. Beaver Hill Biosphere Support Letter, I mean, Roy also. Counselor Knox.
Yeah, I'm not sure if administration ever received the letter for support.
I do not believe so, otherwise I would have been.
I will follow up on that. If there's a template letter. The Biosphere got their designation in 2016. Every 10 years, there's a periodic review. And that's what the requested letter is for. That's given to the Canadian Biosphere Association. That is forwarded to world. Anyway, it's something where they review board members, policies, bylaws, interaction in the community and communication with the biosphere. So, administration aware of it, and I will follow up with getting that email for that support letter of support.
Anybody else have any questions for Roy? Guess we'll just wait until we get the actual template letter and then move forward. Oh, yeah.
information to write a letter of support to the Beaver Hills Biosphere and bring it forward for the re-sign.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. 7:12, safety inspection permits. Councillor Waiters.
No, not safety inspection permits, it's, permits, we got an industry applying for a permit here, development permit, and, the adjacent landowner has got letters, and by December 29th, 2025, they gotta have a letter of concern if they have any into the county, so the guy that got the letter, the neighbor, half a mile away from the project, came here to get information, and he was told he would have to void the permit, get information, so, looking into it, according to the land rights tribunal, and all adjacent and affected landowners must be provided with all relevant information about a development near them. That information does not need to be voiced, it's all public information. How are you gonna have a letter of concern when you don't know exactly what it's about, is my question.
I've asked, the question first, there is certain information on the permit that's to be separate. System information. Separate. So,
Why don't I go over so she hears what I had to say here on, there's, industry making, applying for a permit for development permit. The adjacent landowners got letters to see if they have any concerns that have to be in by December 29th, 2025. They came in here to see that, get a copy of the permit that is being applied for, and they were told that it have to be wiped to get the information. So according to the land use rights tribunal, any and all adjacent and affected landowners must be provided with all relevant information about a development near them. That information does not need to be wiped, it's all public information. Yes, they'll cross out names or whatever, but why would they be given a copy of the permit so they know if they have any letters of concerns to write for or against?
Because it's not legal. I understand what you just said. However, to provide them a copy of the permit that the landowner received is not legal unless they have submitted an ATIA. Yeah, request. That is the landowner's personal private information until such time as an ATIA request has been submitted. And even then, things would be blacked out, the private information. They cannot just, I cannot legally. And our lawyers advised against, and were very surprised that we were sending copies of development permits. When I requested legal information on this earlier this year for this particular landowner. Because I was always of the understanding that you don't send out copies of development permits to anybody except for the landowner and the person who has applied for it.
So how do you send a letter, and if they have comments of concern when they don't know what they're applying for, so what is the land rights tribunal? They have no say, they set the rules?
No, the land and property rights do not set the rules. They follow and interpret the rules. The province sets the rules under legal law. Now,
so I advise the gentleman that if he completed the form, we would provide it without delay. We would send the really necessary information to provide it without delay.
So for how much of a price? So, you know, like,
this landowner was provided with the use in the land use bylaw of what was happening. All of the adjacent landowners were. So the specific details are not necessary for the adjacent landowners to know. What is necessary is the actual use that is listed in the land use bylaw. And as nice it is to know exactly what's happening. This landowner already knew. They have talked to the landowner that had applied. They have been given full information. He was aware that this was happening and that this was going forward.
He talked to them after he wasn't given information here.
I would disagree with that.
So he indicated he would be seeking to get a copy of the permit from the industrial land proponent, which is quick, save yourself. If we get an application for him, we provide the information to him, whatever needs to be said or without the way. If it's his desire to come to council and request for the $25 to be rebated, that's within your control.
Just doesn't make sense to be able to make, I don't even know what it's about, so.
But they do know what it's about. I've given that it is for stripping and grading for the creation of a burn. And as I said, the landowners have spoken to and shown this other landowner the exact spot where this would be happening, and they have conclusive evidence that they've done so.
There's a track record there of stuff that gets done after it's not, anyways, whatever.
Is it information?
Landowner information.
Right, all in favor? Carried. Okay, so 13, Heartland Water Station. Where is it?
You may recall, we mentioned on Friday night that there was one capital item that we were struggling to complete 2025, that the Heartland Water Station pump project. Mr. Dietz is here to present the status and a few options for council to consider.
So so back in, as part of budget 2024, council approved a project to install a dedicated pump that would service the 4 and 2-inch truck fills at the Heartland Station. To address concerns raised in council, the truck flow rate is currently lower than it was originally installed. So when the system was originally constructed, the flow rate of the system was designed for 17 liters per second to service the Heartland. Subsequent to that, the truck fill was added on. In the summer of 2025, Public Works conducted testing on both the Chipman and the Heartland stations because it was understood that the Chipman station is significantly faster than the Heartland station. The Chipman Water Station's 4-inch truck fill was tested at approximately 20 liters per second, and the Heartland Water Station's 4-inch truck fill was tested at 60.4 liters per second. We had originally planned to directly hire a contractor to complete the site work, which consisted of pouring the concrete floor and installation of the new submersible pump, which is would have been similar or identical to the system that is in use at Chipman. However, in review of the as-built for the building, it was identified that in order to complete the work with no detrimental effects, a consultant would need to be brought in to identify an appropriate installation location.
We reached out to the original consultant to design the station. However, over numerous discussions, the final proposal received was nearly the entire budget amount of $70,000 just for consultant work. We subsequently reached out to a second consultant, previously utilized by the county in the past. They indicated that they would be able to provide the required scope of work within our existing budget. However, over the last 3 months, the consultant has not provided a proposal, so the project has stalled once again. We have continuously monitored the flow rate of and pressure within the system through our SCADA system. And there is no indication of low flow rates when the truck fill is being utilized by customers or when demand from industry and downstream users is high. Periodically, we have inquired with customers whether they have concerns about the flow rate of the system. However, none have been brought forward. So the current budget of $70,000 was based on construction estimates obtained in 2023. The only engineering proposal received to date is nearly equal to the approved budget. So in consideration of the increased price to hire a consultant, the fact that the flow rate is as designed, we're at a point now where either council needs to direct administration not to proceed or to increase the budget and bring back an updated project cost after receiving quotes from multiple consultants.
When that place was built, we're taking water from there steady. The water flow was way quicker than what it's now. Then we had our own water person working for the county. And I don't know what happened there, but it slowed down. It was well before Synovus was doing their water washings, the wells out, the caverns. Well before that, it slowed down, so they did something in there. It's even the testing is almost as quick. The 2-inch, a lot of times will come and I'll stand in the corner and watch the guy. Okay, let me know you got a cube. And the 2-inch will put out just as quick as 4-inch. It's barely coming out of there. When we were told the pump was about 15 grand, and then you guys go in there. So why all of a sudden it's 70,000 for engineering, and then why is it jumped to 140,000 now? This has been going on for over 2 years.
So our construction estimate of 70,000 included purchase of pump between 50 and 20,000. Coring, and then all the appropriate repiping within the plant, and then all the computer work to ensure our SCADA system works properly. The two locations that we found that could work, one involves coring through the floor because there's no extra piping involved. It'll be put it right beside the existing pipe that flows to the truck fills. The other location would be putting it within the existing access hatch, but that requires significant repiping and becomes somewhat of a maintenance issue. Now you have a access hatch that periodically we have to send divers into. That's now a safety issue for them getting in. So that's not the preferred option, is to put the core through the floor. And in order to pour it through a structural slab, we want to make sure that we're not going to end up with the floor falling in. It's something that had been done as part of the construction or designed as part of the construction. Would have been easy because we're doing a retrofit. It makes life just that much more clear.
When they built it, it was twice as quick. Now it's something slowed it down, and nobody seems to have a clue what slowed it down. And then well before Synovus is using more water and stuff, so we're trying to build a new place, so maybe before they get it planned, maybe they should put a truck fill in. Our ratepayers are paying and standing in line. A lot of them get frustrated to go to Port Saskatchewan or Chipman for water because it takes over 20 minutes, 25 minutes to load a 16 cube tandem. So you come there and there's 3 trucks ahead of you, you got an hour wait, so they're quicker to go to Chipman and load fast and go. This has been going on for 2 years. The submersible, we're told the submersible pump could be installed. And every time it's changing, it's like you just don't want to do it or whatever.
I think that Mr. Eats has provided capital consideration. clearly is not what we thought it was. It's performing to the standard. These are not hearing complaints. Or to,
The customers that are complaining without getting the call from it. It's, you go there and you sit in a lineup at a 2 inch footnote, almost as quick as a 4 inch is coming at about a third of the speed.
Says it's designed for 17 and it's producing 17%.
It was, that day was producing 16.4. That was using a stopwatch into our truck. We have flow monitors on our system, and you know it can vary from 16 to 18 depending on the time of day, number of users downstream, whether both trucks are being utilized from 0 to 1. So it doesn't vary, but it is designed for 17 liters per second.
Mr. Dietz, the deputy referenced Synovus usage of water. To my knowledge, they're not using water for flushing regularly.
There has been irregular use of Synovus. The most significant was when they first brought their system on to ensure that their testing went well, but we haven't seen significant usage. They notified us one time of increased demand, but we haven't had any back for their usage. Our system has been operating while they are taking on additional water.
What's the difference between Chipman and the Heartland? Chipman is pumping more. They're using different pumping systems.
Yes. So Heartland was designed with vertical. It's 3 vertical turbine pumps. So one is the lead, and then as demand increases, a second, and then the third will kick on. Shipman has a dedicated submersible pump for the truck fill, and then vertical turbine pumps for the distribution system. So the design of the upgrades would be to mirror what Shipman did, have one dedicated submersible pump just for the truck fills, with an increased flow versus vertical turbines being put up.
I know I've had people comment on it, but if Andrew's taking water at the same time as somebody's filling, there'll be about 10-minute difference on filling a tank of about 1,000-gallon tank is what on a 2 inch line is what they're saying, but it's because of Andrew taking at the same time. If Andrew's not taking, it's quicker fill.
And at the Hilliard system is 2 vertical turbine pumps, and when Andrew takes on water, they take on a lot of water. So when Andrew's taking water, our flow rate goes significantly low. Back in 2023, we identified a line break by the village of just before the village of Andrew. And if Andrew was taking water and the truck fill was in use, we were in low pressure situation continuously. So we got that fixed, repaired. We don't go into low flow or low pressure, but we do see some drop in the flow rate at Hilliard when Andrew does take water.
So does that affect the Heartland water station too? If somebody else is taking water downstream, like that, does it affect their truck fill?
Because we have the third pump in Hilliard or in the Heartland and the larger, we're not seeing the pressure drop like we do in Hilliard. Hilliard has smaller pumps, and the way the two were designed, the Heartland station is the Cadillac compared to the Hilliard station. It's got larger pumps. It's got an additional one.
I'll send you a video of how solar water comes out of a porch pipe. It's actually embarrassing. Do you have something that in the comments tell you the truth?
Well, yeah, there's complaints of water, right? Like, so whatever is causing it,
But it worked good. It was fast. You go there in 10 minutes, you had 16 cubes and you're gone. And now it's, when we had our own person there. I don't know what he did. But ever since he came and he left, the water, a lot of times 2 inches just as quick as 4 inch. But you come there in springtime or, in June when they're spraying or, when they're doing their fungicide in June when they lost the water in June, July, there's a lineup. So guys go to, we're losing, sales because they're going to Fort Saskatchewan or Chipman, and Chipman can, right off the back and fill a truck.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know it can.
And you're, that 16 liter must have been the best day, cause, honestly, I'll send you a video, you'll see how.
I was gonna ask you a question, Matt, like
Yeah.
how many times did you test it? That was just a one-off test, or were you testing every day and
So we tested that day, same day in Heartland. We've gone through our SCADA records. Lining up 5 to 9 days on the truck bill. We didn't see drops in the flow rate because the flow rate is monitored. We can see the trends. We had a 24-hour period where the truck bill was our truck bill actually was being utilized for a pipeline work itself of Lamont. We did see a decrease in the flow rate there. So I can't say what was done for my time. We've gone through a system to check backflow parameters, we checked for any blockages within any of the valving. Everything is working as it should.
Our questions or concerns?
Mr. Dietz has provided a recommendation on the alternative. The recommendation is to remove it from the capital budget. The alternative is to augment the capital budget. This is the third alternative. If you would like for Mr. Dietz to do further speed testing, do that. Bring it up to a future meeting. If we were to augment the budget, it's likely that would happen before May with the assessment and setting.
Then do a speed test, I'll use the phone numbers of people that buy in Chipman in here. And you'll see the difference. I'll find a video and email you guys how it's coming out of 4 inch holes at 1/3 of the speed.
It just kind of sounds like we need to do more testing and figure out, maybe it does slow down. Maybe some days are great, maybe some days aren't, maybe there's somewhere, something are right. Because we do get complaints about it, but, and I know myself, it's been slow, but.
Because do we do the monitoring and everything of it, or is Strathcona doing the monitoring?
So we have one utility operator that has the day-to-day, and then we contract Strathcona to cover weekend shifts. They also do some of our maintenance, so we utilize their contractors for the generator maintenance, for the electrical system, annual inspections for arc flashing and stuff like that. But the day-to-day testing for chlorine residual, that's done in-house.
You're saying it's gonna cost $75,000 to get an engineering firm.
I'm saying that's the only proposal I have to date. So at this point, I can't proceed. So either I need to go get multiple bids for multiple consultants, and at that point, I'll be able to better tell council exactly what this project will cost.
It probably costs $40,000 to engineer the whole building. And not put one pump in your town, it's gonna be $70,000.
The $70,000 proposal was the better of the two received from the consultant that originally designed that system. Their first was $150,000. Through multiple meetings with them, trying to actually have them understand what it is we need, they were not understanding our scope of required.
So the first one designed it and it went twice as quick. And now they don't see the difference from when they designed it to what's in there now. And they want 75 grand now to redesign, they should know what's in there, put it back to where it was.
What's the flow rate in Bruderman?
I haven't watched it for a while, but there are 4 people that switched over to there now when they instead of coming north, south on 202, they go around and first they go to the ground and they're filling there instead of putting in there. They're going. They're building a new facility. They got a grant from the Alberta government last year. They're in designing it, so they needed to make some good entrances in and out and.
The, uh, 3 months, the second consultant has not provided a proposal for the projects has stalled once again.
Yes.
So you're waiting for another consultant or?
So we tried working with the original consultant, that designed the station. Started off as good conversations, had some back and forth. They provided a proposal that was available to lunch. So we, told them to go back to the drawing board, re-clarify what it was we needed. They brought back forward a new proposal. Tried reaching out again to them, with very minimal success. Like saying tomorrow we walked away. We had not agreed to any, paying any fees. They hadn't provided any service to that point. That's when we reached out to a second consultant, that we've utilized in the past back in September. Had a couple of virtual meetings with them, provided all the drawings of the as-built of the building, identified what it is we're looking for. They took some time to review it. We had a subsequent meeting with them. They were supposed to provide us a proposal, and they've done some. So we've tried multiple times reaching out to the representative we met with, reaching out to the owner of the company to no success. At this point, I'm banging my head against the wall trying to push this project.
And it was going on for 2 years ago.
So I have a question. So you have 3 inline pumps in that, and they feed directly just to the pump, just to the fill station, right?
No, so we have 3 vertical turbine pumps that feed the entire system. They feed the truck fill, they feed everything down the street. So the flow rate of 16, 17 liters, that's for the entire system, and that's what was tested coming out of the board pump that day. This project was all 1 pump dedicated just for the truck fills. So a submersible pump sized appropriately should put out a higher flow rate, and not have any effect from any other usage downstream. So it'd be a separate system within the station.
Yeah, it'd be dedicated just to that 4-inch.
And that's
truck
how Shipman's was constructed.
But I'm just wondering if there's because you were saying that 1 pump kicks in and then the other 2 are backups to when more demand is needed.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if there's a relay or a delay in between when, say, somebody pulls up to hook up to 4-inch to start filling. Is it not relaying to the next pump to start kicking in?
So the pumps kick on when there's a pressure drop.
Yeah.
So under normal conditions, when with minimal usage, 1 pump will run. If somebody else starts taking on water and the pressure starts to drop, the second pump will kick. And then the third one is as in case there's multiple users. So the pumps are kick on based on pressure, and low pressure will result in lower flow rate. Being as the station has very minimal piping from the pump to the fill station, you're not going to see that big of a delay. So it shouldn't be the fact that the pressure drop.
These pumps were installed before or after the St. Michael one?
These pumps were installed for. So these are the original pumps that were installed. There has been, they have been taken out periodically for maintenance. We had 1 motor out, and it's at getting
resurfaced to be as a backup, so we do have 3 installed. We do have a spare motor. Hopefully that motor can be used, rebuilt to be ready to go back with service.
Well, as it stands right now, we got 3 pumps keeping the whole system going, so when Bungie comes and they need potable water, we're gonna be hooped. We don't have enough pumps already where.
Yeah, so our system is nearing max capacity based on our users and to allow enough storage for a multi-day outage. We had one about 3-4 weeks ago, upstream of Johnson 2, there was an outage repair. So we try and retain enough water for 72 hours. Worst case scenario, if the Johnson 2 line goes down upstream of us, then that's where we have problems, but Johnson 2 does have upstream of us to help supplement us and east downstream.
But there's a reminder, the offsite levy has to. Expansion.
So our original plan under the offsite levy program is to do operating of the organization 27, insolvency at 26. Because we've had no projects proceed to FID, we recommended to budget committee not to proceed with the design in 2026. But the plan was to expand that system and additional pumps, because right now our 3 pumps are in one cell, so we've got an issue with that cell, our entire system goes down. That's another headache we have to deal with. So likely in 2027, we would be doing the engineering and construction 2028 for additional cell and additional pumps that would feed the distribution system.
So right now, Bungie come here in January, said the project is back on. We have to tell them, sorry, we don't have water for you. We don't have enough pumps.
If any industrial performance were to come issue FID, then we'd be coming back to council and having a discussion whether it's appropriate to proceed with the design and construction. As Mr. Kibetowski said, the plan was to use offsite levy funds that were designed for that. So previous to the current offsite levy bylaw, we have offsite levy funds for potable water upgrades and for road upgrades. There's dedicated funds set aside just for potable water upgrades of the occupied system.
Those are added on after that building was built, a number of years after. Because that building was, or to the power plant station was built. And then the pumps were built, I should say the truck fills were plumbed in afterwards, right?
Yeah, so the original construction included 3 pumps with a 4th base for an additional pump. When it was decided to put in a truck fill, that 4th base became where the truck fill receives it from. So there wasn't a pump installed for it, but the piping took up that location. That necessitated our need to be pouring.
Sounds like we're getting the capacity anyhow, rates. Stuff 100% rates. So.
Soon. Further quotations to address what we believe is a bigger job than what we actually perceive. Or the third one is to be measured.
Okay, so how do we want to proceed? Do we want testing? Do we want to move this any further?
I should say that the recommendation is perfect, that it is performing to this standard. If that's.
That one day it was. Because we fell there quite often and it's 95% miss. one hit.
So you could come back with information on it, right? And just, monitor it for a month or so, see what we look like, right? Maybe there is times that it does drop off. Maybe there is times that we're actually good. Actually, those pumps are nearing 100% capacity anyhow, right? You could be demanding more than 100% that it has to give, right?
Do we have a SCADA system on that?
Yes, we do.
That's a digital monitoring SCADA system?
Yes, all three of our stations, we are able to log in remotely and see 7 automatically. So if we have a power outage, we have a low pressure, it automatically notifies our utility operator. When she's on holidays, Strathcona takes over the water.
You probably don't have any use for 16 cubes of water right now, do you? That's what I was gonna say is, if we had somebody that was going, or somebody that's gonna be there, we monitor it and we can see at that point in time, does it actually drop that amount in volume?
We got docks about here,
Yeah.
Chipman and in Fort Saskatchewan, and maybe by choice, Chipman is the best.
Mhm.
Fort Saskatchewan is a little harder to get in now, but this one is complete. They said it's very much borderline to go to Chipman, get a load and go north.
Yeah. I'll send my guys to Chipman over the heartland.
Yeah, it's so we got a beautiful system. We got and in spring when we're selling the most water, we got a big lineup. So 2 years ago, we asked to get a pump or see what happened there, right? And the guy that designed it was at the golf tournament, and the guy that designed the building and built it. And there's something wrong with your system. They changed something in there because it worked good, and then all of a sudden it quit working good. And I'll find a video here at lunch and send it to you guys. Like, it's coming out at about a third of the pipe. So we got people, I know 4 farmers already that are buying in Bruderheim. And if Bruderheim gets a new facility, we're gonna lose even more.
Mr. Reed, given the most recent contributions to this, that you should be directing for us to go pursue votes to have this done.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, get rid of this.
Or unhappy one. Sounds like you wanna increase the performance, so we should go with some. We should go get some quotes and augment the budget.
You put a pump for the truck bill, the other 3 are gonna have it easier, so they'll be able to supply more into. It's gonna be it's coming, we need pumps in.
Well, yeah, the demand would be nothing on those other 3 for the truck bill.
No, but those other 3 to keep up with the.
With the regular demand.
Yeah.
And obviously, things are gonna happen, right?
Just one point of clarification, our proposed upgrades is more about storage than it is about pumping capacity. Obviously,
It's more
increased
rested.
demand will need to increase pumping, but with Synovus taking on more water periodically, we're reaching our max capacity and ensuring we have multi-day capacity for an outage. But the other benefit to having another cell is having pumps in additional cells. So if we do have to take one offline, we can continue providing our customers with water.
It's 1 cell right now,
It's 2 cells, but all 3 pumps are in 1 cell.
so it flows over.
Yeah, there's a baffle between the 2 cells, so we fill in one, we drop in the other for them to stagnant. But the design, for some reason, they decided to put all the pumps in 1 cell instead of having
Separate.
1 or 2 in both.
What were the rates of pumping? Chipman was 20 liters
20
a second or?
24 liters.
So I don't know,
Yeah,
okay,
liters per second.
per second.
Yeah.
There's the 16.4. So if it's front here.
Yeah, so here's and then go.
It was 20, and we were 16.4. This is what council would just be post some word from the alternative recommendation.
Okay, somebody wanna,
Yeah,
what's up?
it's saying we're getting a cube a minute, and it's not putting that out. But yeah,
I was actually just, I just did the math, like.
yeah, that's.
Well, that's a water truck in 15 minutes, right?
Somebody want to make this motion here then?
Lamont County Council direct administration to proceed with tendering of the engineering of the design of the Heartland water station upgrade and bring it up and bring an update project estimate to a future council meeting for consideration.
Okay, any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried.
The mayor of Chipman designed that, and he wanted to help design here, did he find him, or is he not around anymore? He passed? Who's that? The mayor of Chipman designed the truck fill in Chipman and yeah, Jim, and he wanted to help here.
Yeah.
So hire him, it'd be a lot cheaper than the $70,000 consultant. But he sure designed a good system and Chipman is working great.
Yeah, that one actually really is single reservoir, and I did a lot of work in there too.
Committee of the whole, number 8, we don't have a committee of the whole today, there's nothing going on, so director's report. No director's report. Committee report. You?
The Regional Highest Tier Reserve Association. Including Denver County. Land Stewardship Center has provided executive oversight, senior management, administrative and program support to the daily side of 2018. January 1st, 2024, we signed a 4-year contract with the coast to December 31st, 2027. Funding for the organization, the county is the same as before, no increase at this time. Topic of discussion was, we've been discussing that probably for half a year. DHI has no physical office or address or anything. They were at the county office, now they're at the Land Stewardship Center. There was some talk about having a learning center. I think the county of Strathcona had a couple of sites they were willing to lease to us. Not sure one has some buildings, the other one doesn't. That's some discussion for the upcoming year. We discussed the budget for 2026 and then the periodic review of the biosphere designation is due at the end of 2026. We talked about that earlier in the meeting. Both letter of support. I attended the Wilmington Seat Plant annual meeting, December 8th. It's an annual meeting at 7. We have 32 members along with the 12 of the meeting. Manager's report was presented by James Cambridge, the manager, lives north of St. Michael. Viewed the auditor's report. The president's report and reviewed the 2025-26 budget. Discussed some bylaw reviews. The C plant has gained some new members from the Josephburg area as that plant has closed. We also presented the capital project for phase 1, which includes some automation, just some description of items in the phase 1, an automated stream sampler that would take samples of the whole load, not just take one sample at one point. And then there's difference of opinion of what the grain was brought in. They're gonna replace some bin gates and dust bin gates. The existing gates, when the plant was built in the mid-80s, were welded in place. Replacements will be bolt-in gates. Book cost for phase one is about $170,000, which includes a 15% contingency. Membership approved with proceeding with phase one. We had our organizational meeting. The board consists of 9 members, 2 appointed by the County of Two Hills, 1 appointed by Lamont County, 6 members at large. 6 members are appointed for 3-year terms with 2 reappointed every year. Ian and Michelle speak from the County of Two Hills. Urban Easton is the new president. Mark Olesnica remains vice president.
Yeah, I'll wait today. Okay, December 13th, we met for the landfill commission. It was orientation, kind of organizational day. There was some highlights that did come out of it. Alberta environment approval for new cells, which will actually start developing this year. They approved cells 1 to 4, 5 and 6 will just be held in phase 2 as a future as we need it. There was some more groundwater testing done in that new area. The approvals were all good there. Omni McCann is McCann is the consulting, and they had a presentation there, and they're saying as of today, there's 100+ years in that landfill for us. So that's good. That's real good. You know, we elected our chair, vice chair. Other than that, really, you know, we kind of looked through the budget and seeing what was going on there, and everything is sitting good there. So other than that, I have nothing else to add on to that.
Did they have an estimate on what it was going to cost to dig?
Yeah, there was some talk about it. Of course, we won't know exact figures. They have a bunch of money put away. You're kind of looking probably the 3/4 mil, somewhere in there, depending.
Do they have to line it now or
No.
no? So it's still
Good clay. We have very good clay, and the water is all, you know, held there, so it's all sitting good, which is really gonna dramatically be
save us money.
much cheaper than trying to put in a liner and all of that. So, but yeah, our next meeting will be in January. So other than that, that's all there is to speak of at this point. Motion? Sure. I motion that Lamont County Council accept Councillor John Hugan as his report on the landfill commission meeting as information.
Perfect. Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Councilor Zarowski.
We had the Lamont Rural Health Committee meeting, December 9th. There was 6 in attendance and 1 on Zoom, and there was several people missing. They adopted the minutes and stuff for last meeting. Rural mapping and stuff was one of the discussions that's coming up. There was a meeting actually today, it conflicted. That was one of the big topics, was trying to get everybody's meeting dates, trying to get dates for us, and I don't know if they still got upset today. They were supposed to have some more meetings to discuss it. Rural health this is to kind of trying to get the towns and villages to work with the hospital is what this board is about, is what they were saying. So it's being also, this board is for welcoming in new doctors and helping out the people also. They applied for several grants also that they're waiting for a response on. They have a nurse practitioner coming into Lamont also now. They have a program they're gonna try this summer for elementary students as doctor of the day program, and that's what they're planning. The hospital, that is, there's two wings that are being dismantled or just demolition, and there's supposed to be one 3-story wing coming in and one 4-story wing coming in, is what they were saying at the meeting. Is what's planned for also. They did have some problems with the demolition with the asbestos in it, but they've got that all straightened out. Daycare for at the hospital is being closed. I'm not sure, I didn't write the date down, but that is daycare in the hospital is closing in Lamont here. Yeah, it is. Okay. Welcome baskets and stuff are coming in. They've got for the new nurses and doctors or student doctors and nurses that come in, they do give them a welcoming basket. And that's about all that meeting had. Next one was the Vermilion River Watershed Corridor meeting. That one was December 12th, nice and early, 8 o'clock in the morning is a meeting and stuff on there. So there was a lot of discussion, a lot of new people's introduced updates of the sale of the state of the Vermilion watershed was discussed. Droughts was a lot of discussion on droughts in different areas. 25th anniversary is coming up. There's summer in Vermilion. They've got quite a bit of going to be having at the Vermilion Fair and stuff. They had a presentation also of diseases in the water and stuff is what was brought up and stuff on there. They're going to councils to take priority projects, members updates and stuff also. The truck in the river that happened a couple of months or so ago, that affected pumping out of the river for St. Paul and Elk Point for several days. They were not able to use the water in the river. That our January 30th is our Vermilion regional meeting in Vermilion, and February 13th is another virtual meeting with them. County Council accept Councillor Gerald Tarowski's report on the Rural Health Committee meeting and the Vermilion River Watershed Alliance meeting as information.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Okay, for myself, did quite a few meetings. So give information on right now. It's went to Alberta Industrial Heartland. Met new mayor, new councils. This was more setting up for calendar years, events that are coming up. There is a tour, an intermunicipal tour that's coming on January 30th. There is a trip to Ottawa, February 25, 26, 27. I'll be attending. Multiple, Mr. Olson and will be attending a bunch of the conferences that are and seminars that are to do with that Heartland Association. Same day as that one, I virtually attended Alberta Hub. You heard today they sent a letter asking for advocate. A lot of their stuff, from what I noticed, was a lot of it is Highway 28 corridor, north Bonnyville up that way, but it does directly impact a bunch of the infrastructure and what's going on in our area too, because of where we're situated. Then I missed the Heartland Air Monitoring Partnership meeting because I was at the John S. Batouk Water Commission meeting. John S. Batouk has was in a legal dispute with the Canadian Regional Water Commission, and it was gone to the AUC, or Utilities Commission, and it turned out that it was in favor of the John S. Batouk for majority of the issues that were going on. So now it will be going into legal and everything to figure out monetary reasons and issues and who's getting repaid and not. So that was that's pretty much all I can report on those for you right now. So I'll make a motion that Councillor Reed Wick report on the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association meeting, the Alberta Hub meeting, and the John S. Batouk Commission meeting as information.
To reflect it, that you talked about a tour. That's in addition to the schedule. Explore invitation, so I think all. Association.
For discussion, the one in February is the Hill Tour. So every year, every 2 years, Alberta Industrial Heartland sends the board members to Ottawa, advocating for seeing as how we are the ones that have the first water license and the first application would probably be beneficial, but there. Yeah, just take that in full motion. Yeah, so, but yeah, so. Okay, all in favor? Carried. Yeah, Councillor Whitus.
Yeah, for the meetings, they're pretty slow. Last year, just before Christmas, I went to food bank. We got this Sunday again, the food bank for the Christmas hampers. Last year was my first year. I was really impressed with the firemen and firewomen that we have in the county and the FCSF, the staff, and how much work it takes to do the baskets and stuff. I did take a staff member from Public Works and his wife with us to help, and it was an eye opener for all four of us on the work it takes and stuff. So that'll be happening this Sunday, but as far as other meetings and stuff, pretty quiet over the New Year. So anybody wants to come and help, get a hold of that TSS. It's actually a pretty good.
That's this weekend?
This weekend, Sunday. Sunday,
Just in town here?
yeah, it was at the hall last year. I gotta confirm where it is, and yeah, it's I took one of the staff members that told him I was going, and he said, "Yeah, I want to come." So he He donated Sunday him and his wife, and so the four of us were there from the county, and it was actually pretty good. Probably the girls downstairs can give us a review, so when we go. Deputy Neil White's report on family and community support services at the meeting is information.
Questions and concerns? All in favor? Carried. This is probably a good time to call a recess for lunch. You guys good with doing 35 minutes?
Yeah.
Not doing 12. We're ahead, so if we can even wait, just we'll wait till 1. It's up to how long she would need for to do pictures or. So let's reconvene at 1 o'clock, I guess, then we'll take an hour so we can do the pictures and. All right. All right, welcome back to the December 16th regular council meeting. We'll proceed. We have our delegation is in for a presentation for the protest water line from WSP. You want to go ahead? Okay.
Yeah, Council note, with against WSP, we are owner representative. We've been working with them since, was it March, April? On various aspects of the project, and we're here to provide a process water line update. Oops. Bill, anything I missed?
Yeah, so we just thought it would be prudent for with the new council to have Chris come along and have an opportunity to provide some updates on where the project is. And then at the end of the open session, to have a bit of a closed session discussion to get into some of the details of some of the risks we have to deal with and the next steps in the project. So yes, Chris Timmons is with WSP, working as part of the team that's doing that. And Chris and I are talking on a regular basis about this project. And they're going to be handling all the procurement and oversight. So not gonna, hold the presentation up any longer. And so yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Thanks, Robin. Thanks for having me today. Glad to be here. My name is Chris Timmons. I am with WSP, Senior Project Manager, leading a multidisciplinary owners engineering team for Lamont County. Also your PM for the capital project, owners representative, so leading on that behalf. In our role as owners project manager and owners engineer, we're ultimately responsible for coordinating the delivery of the project, managing the project scope, schedule, cost, and risks, and providing technical and strategic oversight to the team and the project team overall. In short, we are owners representatives, and we, essentially manage the project on your behalf, making sure everything that needs to get done on the project is getting done. So,
Actually, Chris is not an engineer, so you don't have to get him.
So yeah, it's thanks for that. I do work with a lot of engineers though, so we have a very strong technical team behind us. And I guess my goal today is to just kind of get the new council up to speed on where this project's at, kind of how we got here and basically where we're going from here. So just a quick summary from the top, Lamont County is undertaking this project to basically fill a gap in access to raw water for industrial expansion in the Alberta Industrial Heartland, most significantly in the designated industrial zone within Lamont County here. This infrastructure does aim to address critical deficiencies in raw water supply. Raw water is an important input to heavy industry, whether that's for cooling, processing, generating steam, what have you. Water is very important, and currently a raw water system is of that scale is lacking in Lamont County to really attract that industrial capital investment. So overall, we have this capital project kind of split into two phases, not necessarily time-wise, but just kind of two distinct areas. We have the river intake system, which is the intake pod that sits in the river, the pump house and sedimentation pond. We also have part two or phase two is the 16-kilometer pipeline, which includes the distribution pump station, the water line itself, and the metering station kind of at the end of the line. Current estimated cost for the project is $66 million. It's a little bit up from the last estimate it was given a few years ago, and continues to trend that way. As much as this project is a county project, it really is a big initiative of the provincial government. You can understand the importance of expanding our economy within Alberta and in particular advancing kind of value add to the petrochemical industry. So I'm sure you're very familiar with the designated industrial zone and the opportunity that is kind of pent up there right now. And the government of Alberta really kicked this project off to try and unlock that potential within the designated industrial zone and especially within Lamont County. With that said, the government did take the lead back in 2021. The Alberta Environment and Parks hired Stantec to do a regional water feasibility study. And the conclusion of that study said that there is, from the 4 regions, Strathcona County, Sturgeon County, the Edmonton Energy and Technology Park, and Lamont County, 4 locations all require some degree of water brought online. From there, the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association picked up ball and hired Worley, who did another preliminary design to advance the project just a little bit further, a bit more feasibility, and ultimately gave us the preliminary design that we're using as the reference design that we're picking up from and moving forward with here. So following the completion of Worley's work, they also did get submissions for their regulatory approvals started. There were a few that were submitted and have been approved already. There are other regulatory approvals that still need the detailed design phase of the project to advance a bit more before that can happen. And then skipping forward to 2023, Lamont County brought on Sam Engineering to validate some of that earlier work done by Worley and provide a cost estimate, which was basically used for the planning and budgeting considerations moving forward. In 2025, like Peter had mentioned, WSP was engaged as the owner's engineer and owner's project manager, and we're looking to provide the project leadership and technical oversight to move this project forward. We have. Current funding is limited to just a $16 million grant from the provincial government. I think that's through the Alberta Industrial Heartland grant agreement itself. And, on a $66 million project, we only have 16 million at this time. So we've got a little bit of ways to go to figure out how we're going to bridge that gap, but that's why we're here to help you out. Since WFP came online, our work has been focused on validating the cost estimate that was completed in the past. Original 2022 estimate was roughly $60 million, just with escalation and the time since then, we're now trending towards a $66 million project. So no major change there. We have developed a master project schedule for the project to just kind of keep the entire project on track and give a vision of where we want to end. We've conducted a geotechnical gap analysis, which basically looks at all ground conditions and the investigations that have been done to date to support further design. We've also done a hydrotechnical gap analysis, which is basically looking at anything water related, whether that's the river, ice, drainage, sedimentation, erosion, all that sort of thing. We've done a regulatory gap analysis. Like I said, there's a bunch of applications that have already been submitted. Some are already approved, and there are obviously more to come. We conducted some technical reviews on the sedimentation pond geometry, size, and location to optimize the site and promote future expansion. And we've also looked at the pipeline alignment and the different options for the right-of-way. From more of a strategic advisory side, we've done a bit of market sounding, which basically means we've reached out to the private sector industry to see what their appetite is in participating in this project if this was to be a P3 style project. And we've also been provided some community engagement earlier in the fall this year. I know some of the folks here were there, and we were really targeting the residents that were neighboring the intake site itself. And then looking forward, we'll be moving to community engagement around the actual pipeline alignment with the Worley design as we know it right now. Ongoing work from WSP. We're actively engaged in determining a suitable financial strategy, financing and procurement model. And like I said, we only have $16 million right now, and we need about 50 million more to make this thing happen. We're continuing to seek out grants on your behalf, so free money that's out there we're looking for. Like I said, community engagement along the pipeline right away, and we're continuing to develop the overall budget that would ultimately be presented to you for your approval when the time comes. So I think that's my overall update for the project as a whole. I think we've each had the council update that we provided earlier. Is there any questions at this time?
And we do want to give council the opportunity to go to closed session at this point as well. Obviously, if there's some open session questions, the closed session is going to be just to, again, talk a little bit more about the risks that we're facing and a few more of those details that we prefer not to have in open session at this point.
So I recommend we go into closed session right now, then. Get her done, yeah. Anybody want to make that motion?
I move the Lamont County Council move the December 16, 2025 regular council meeting into a closed meeting at 1:11 p.m. to discuss the following items: the process water line update, API section 19.1.
Any questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Okay. Still waiting. We just came out of closed session. We have one motion to make out of that. What do you want to make that?
Sure. I motion Lamont County Council accept the update of WSP Chris Timmons on the process water line as information.
Any questions or concerns? All in favor? There you go. All right, so then we'll be moving back on to number 11, correspondence for action.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Moving on, we have a letter of the Public Schools. Number 2. We also had a correspondence item from the Lamont High School. They were raising money for the high school bus. As a matter of the Lamont High School Foundation. It's a different request. My recommendation to council is to refer it to the community services and transportation of community hall grant. This very much fits with that. You know, they are actually. This clearly fits within the innocent, if I'm not mistaken. And then the third item is the Lamont Fish and Game Association that we're looking for. As a matter of interest, we provided this organization to help with equipment to maintain clarity of their water. What I'm suggesting here is that we provide them $250 gift certificates.
Okay, any comments on, well, you might as well start with 11.2, the high school donation for the bus. You just want to refer them back to the grant? Station grant for right now?
See where it goes, right?
That would be in time where they,
Well,
is that when they're starting, is that when they're finishing?
no, that's when they're,
It will not meet the January 5th date. Or intake is my first.
Excuse me, is the grant as much as what they're asking for, or what are they really asking for?
well, their buses, they want $15,000.
Yeah, the maximum that they can get from our transportation community hall grant is $2,000.
Yeah.
So, it's our community green, so.
We're just giving it to them earlier than what they would get it through the grant anyway.
There is some dollars left in the 2025, I think, for this program, so you'd be awarding out some of the program, you know, that often stimulates a whole lot more requests.
Well, these guys are all the children that are gonna be built, running this county one day, so.
Yeah, so.
You all know somebody in school, yeah.
Well, you notice their stipulations are the same as ours. This bus has to be replaced every 15 years for safety and reliability reasons, same as our fire department. They've got the same stipulations as we have. So.
The school.
Yeah, it's not like they don't have $6 million in the bank.
Yes, great. Well, I know this bus has been full, so.
No, I don't, that's not looking at, it's not the problem.
No,
Yeah,
School foundation.
so what, you don't know how much is left in that fund, right? That we had?
It's more,
Okay. but not more than 10.
As an extension of the.
Yeah. So you guys think 2,000 is a?
I'm all right with it.
Yeah.
If it's available.
Yeah, we.
Good.
Go into
Roy,
it.
you want to make that?
Yeah.
You brought that one forward.
Move that Lamont County Council approve $2,000 to the Lamont High School Foundation as an extension to the 2025 Transportation Community Grant Program.
Are there any questions or concerns? Well, then
We don't have that put the purpose of it. But it goes to the left
our
there.
transportation,
But that out the order.
yeah, the high school bus.
Yeah,
To replace high school.
sports bus, what do they call that bus?
It's the high school bus.
For every, anything and
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah, field trips and everything. Friendly amendment, do you want to reread it?
Move the Lamont County Council approve $2,000 to the Lamont High School Foundation as an extension to the 2025 Transportation and Community Grant Program to replace the high school bus.
All right, any other questions or concerns now? Seeing none, I'll ask a question, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. Good. 11.3. The Vermont Fish and Game Association. You had the two $500 or two $50. It's a year. Two $50 monetary card. Do we care to keep it at that or up or down or what's the?
As a matter of interest, there is another item on the agenda, we're already, lines for Vegas, I've already, given them two $50 cards, so.
Yeah.
If you're looking for equity,
No, I got no problem with it, with $250, so.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm gonna make that motion.
I will.
Or
you go ahead. I motion that Lamont County sponsor the Fish and Game Association
underneath dinner,
fundraising dinner. With two $50 gift cards.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. That's the only ones that we're gonna do any correspondence for action. So we'll move on to correspondence for information.
Mr. Reed, on page 193, you have reports from the Fort Saskatchewan, the Two Hills and the Vanderbilt detachments. These are for Q2 2025, which for the RCMP is something that we received every couple of weeks, if I'm not mistaken, which is an update on the police review and status report. Item 12 is a notification from the Alberta Municipal Safety Association, which identifies that the Alberta employer premium rate, the WTD, are now available. You will see on page 223 on the third row. It says the municipal managed by 30%. The bonus was linked. I have no explanation on the rate for counties is 30% up, while the rate for town, villages, cities You will note that our rate nominally is smaller, there can be $3. So, well, in a large percentage on a small group. Well, four, six, representatives that are appointed to the Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee. You will recall that we had councils attending those committees at our organization meeting. 12.5 is a notification from Alberta with regards to funding available for local festivals. 12.6 is the Battle River Watershed newsletter, the independence review. 12.7, I mentioned a few minutes ago, was the request for sponsorship for their bingo. The timing of their bingo, we went ahead and provided them two $50 gift cards. I think they were two gas cards, if I'm not mistaken. And 12.8 is from somebody named Rodney Black, who is expressing concerns about that's like the action allowance of which is favorable. Consideration. We are bringing forward a draft policy in January for your review.
Does this guy have a local address or is he from some other country or?
I do not know. I do not know. So, Mr. Reed, my recommendation is just to receive all the correspondence items.
That's cool. You guys are okay with that? Somebody make a motion, we just.
Sure. Put motion, Lamont County Council accept all correspondences information.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Moving on. Now, we will be going into closed session again to discuss waterline update in the intermittent agreement on safety codes and labor. We could have somebody who just has got this one printed out. So. I'm in favor. You in favor? Yeah. You were going shaking hands with somebody? Yeah, we can take it from recess. Yeah. 2:09 to Okay, welcome back to the December 16th, 2025 regular council meeting. We have a couple of motions to make here after the information we received from closed meeting. Can I have somebody make the first motion, please?
I move the Lamont County Council accept the closed meeting report on the water line update, mediation outcomes as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. We have another one for intermunicipal agreements. I can read that one off. Lamont County Council approve a 2% increase to recreational cost sharing with the towns and villages partners within Lamont County and direct administration to pursue cost sharing for mediation and cooperative process grants. Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. We only have one more. Two more, sorry.
The Lamont County Council accept,
Sorry, just to.
accept, closed meeting report and a follow-up meeting with safety code inspectors as information.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried.
One more, there we go. I'll do that one, I guess.
I need something more specific than that. You use the word embargo. Or hold off.
Or hiring freeze.
On the one position, right?
Yeah.
Hold on. Hiring a road supervisor for the vacant road supervisor position? Is that what you want?
Yeah.
Sure, that works.
You wanna put a time frame on that or until something happens?
See, we'll take it as it comes.
So
Is that the position? Is that the position?
So isn't that, is it or
assistant
or? I think we're master. Oh, is he?
it's supervisor.
Oh.
Lamont County Council Director Administration to hold off on hiring a road supervisor for the vacant road supervisor position.
Mr. Reed, might need to fix that title, because I don't think this is.
Okay, find the title and we'll redo it here.
Is it infrastructure supervisor?
Just give me one now.
Slow it down.
Supervisor operations. The supervisor operation.
Council Administration to hold off on hiring a road supervisor for the vacant supervisor operations public works position.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? We'll go for one on that one. I'm opposed. Doesn't matter. Action to call the meeting adjourned at 3:57 p.m. I gotta do checks and stuff anyway too, so.
You could leave it here.